Welcome, everyone. I'm Representative Teresa Peirce. I'm the House Chair of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. We're glad to be here on the 7th day of our public hearings of the Governor's Supplemental Proposal Budget, LD1995. All this last week and the first 2 days of this week, we've been joined by different committees to discuss different elements of the supplemental budget. And we're pleased to have today the IF&W Committee, Inland, Fisheries, and Wildlife committee here today. And we'll also be joined by obviously the commissioner and some other members of the administration to provide testimony. So we're going to start today off with some introductions. Senator Dill, might I ask you to help introduce IF&W, and maybe everyone from that committee could raise their hands so we're sure to capture everybody. Have I missed a different senator?
I don't believe Senator Black or Senator Curry are going to be here from.
Okay, so maybe, do you mind helping out?
Nope, I will start. Good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Jim Dill. I represent Senate District Number 5, Northern Penobscot County, and Chair of IF&W. Next, I see Representative Alley.
Representative Alley from down in Joan Fort Beals area. I have 12 communities that I work with, and my seat is 133 here at the State House. Thank you.
Representative Hepler.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Allison Hepler. I represent the towns of Arousic, Georgetown, Phippsburg, Woolwich, where I live, Dresden, and a small piece of Richmond.
House Chair Landry.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Scott Landry. I live in Farmington and represent the towns of Farmington and New Sharon in District 113.
Representative Mason.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Dill. I'm Rick Mason. I represent District 56, the great folks of Lisbon.
Representative Neto.
Good morning, everyone. I represent the town of Winslow and a small portion of Benton. And don't worry, I am not driving. I'm a passenger.
And we have our analyst here with us also this morning, Julia McDonald, and I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you so much, Senator. Oh, nice wave. Appreciate that. Welcome again to IF&W. I'll now turn to introducing the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, and we'll start with Representative Fay.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see my old committee mates from IF&W. I'm Jessica Fay. I represent House District 66, which is parts of the towns of Casco, Poland, and Raymond.
And Representative Hymanson.
Good morning. I'm Patty Hymanson. I represent House District 4, which is parts of York, Wells, Sanford, and all of Algonquin.
Representative Arata.
Good morning. It's Amy Arata, and I am coming to you from windy, very windy, New Gloucester, District 65. Nice to see you this morning.
Representative Millett.
Morning, everyone. Someone Millett, House District 71, towns of Norway, Sweden, Waterford, and West Paris.
Senator Davis.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Paul Davis, and I represent Senate District 4, which is all of Piscataquis County, parts of Somerset and Penobscot.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good to see my former seatmate from the House, Representative Landry. I represent the towns of Saco, Old Orchard Beach, Hollis, Leamington, and part of Buxton in the Senate. My name is Donna Bailey. Thank you.
And my good co-chair, Senator Breen.
Thank you. I'm Kathy Breen. I represent 6.5 communities in Cumberland County. Also super windy here in Falmouth. And I also serve as Senate Chair of Appropriations. Welcome to IF&W, friends.
So thanks so much. If we have, I'm sorry, Representative Descharnes, people are joining. That's what I was just going to ask. Representative Descharnes.
Sorry, I was sitting here waiting for you to call my name. I was like, wait a minute.
I'm sorry, my apologies.
That's all right. Representative Jack Ducharme, House District 111, representing the folks of Solon, Norriswalk, and Madison. And it's windy here. We're getting it from Scott, so.
There you go. Again, the squares sometimes move around, and I think I've captured people, and last but not least, to say the least. So again, I'm Representative Teresa Peirce. I represent the majority of Falmouth and House District 44, and I'm honored to serve as the House Chair of Appropriations. Today, we do have IF&W, and again, thank you for being here. We're served so well by Maureen Dawson, our analyst in OFPR, and also Judith Hammond, our clerk, and welcome to everyone. We're going to start off today with Elaine Clark from the DAFs. She's going to be doing the tee up, I think, to this section, and then we'll be followed by Commissioner Camuso to talk about that part of the budget. And then we'll do anyone who might be here from the public to offer testimony. We'll do that after those two testimonies. So Ms. Clark, thank you for being here. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Senator Breen. Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. My name is Elaine Clark, and I am one of 2 deputy commissioners in the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. I'm here today to testify in support of the fiscal year 2022-23 supplemental budget bill, specifically those items on today's agenda relating to the Department of Administration and Financial Services in language part D. As Governor Mills has said, Maine people deserve every ounce of hard-won progress that we have achieved despite the pandemic, and Maine people have earned the progress that is yet to come. This supplemental provides additional relief to Maine people and ensures the continuity of the programs and services so vital to Maine residents. The governor has proposed giving back half the surplus to Maine taxpayers to help them confront inflation. And she sets money aside in the Budget Stabilization Fund and other important reserves to ensure we can continue to fully fund public education and revenue sharing, 2 major accomplishments of this legislative body and this administration. The governor also focuses sharply on addressing Maine's biggest challenges, including tackling our state's longstanding workforce shortage to improve our economy, provide an affordable world-class education for Maine people, and on bolstering a healthcare system that has been pushed to the brink because of the pandemic. The governor seeks to do this in a fiscally responsible manner that provides needed assistance and support to Maine people while heeding the warnings of Maine's nonpartisan Revenue Forecasting Committee, which has expressed significant concern about shifting economic conditions, calling the fiscal environment unprecedented and variable, and noting that the accuracy of their forecast becomes less reliable in future years, leading them to urge caution and use of the revenues. The supplemental builds on the investments of the biennial and Maine Jobs Plan, both enacted within the last 7 months. Part D may be found on page 11 of the language document. This part authorizes the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority to issue additional securities up to an amount of $39,500,000 to pay for the costs of a new inland fisheries and wildlife headquarters facility. The debt service associated with this part will be requested in the FY 24-25 budget. This part also authorizes the Department of Administrative and Financial Services to purchase land for the new headquarters facility. Each of these 3 issues, bonding, debt service to support the bond, and land purchase, will be discussed. First, the need for the headquarters. The Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife main headquarters was located at 284 State Street for 47 years, beginning in 1974. Office space has become overcrowded, conference room space insufficient, and Commissioner Camuso's strategic plan to consolidate 4 locations into one central facility could not be accomplished. When the State Street lease term ended in 2021, the department did not renew, but instead moved into a larger lease space at 353 Water Street to solve overcrowding issues, but as a temporary interim measure preceding construction of a new consolidated headquarters. IF&W's goal is to bring operations at its Augusta Water Street and Federal Street locations and its offices in Bangor into the new headquarters building. The new facility will accommodate staff from the above locations, incorporating offices, conference rooms, an necropsy lab, equipment and vehicle storage, and in the future, possibly the fish health lab currently located at the department's Governor Hill property. In short, it will consolidate major department functions currently dispersed among multiple locations in Augusta and Bangor, create needed adjacencies among department units, provide centralized space for vehicles, storage, and supplies, and greatly enhance opportunities for public education and interaction. More than 7,000 people per year visit IF&W's main office. This number will increase with additional outreach and educational programming. The proposed facility will be energy efficient, incorporating Maine wood products and technologies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Not only will the facility organize the department for efficient operations now and into the future, but it will do so while meeting climate action goals. Debt service. The architect, I'm going to give you a little background here because it's really important. The architect for the IF&W headquarters project was chosen through a qualification-based selection process in 2020. The architect has completed programming for the facility, identifying the space needs for each division, parking to support employees and the public, support buildings for storage and vehicles, and necropsy lab requirements. Design work culminating in construction bid documents as well as land acquisition will be funded by BGS and the department with general fund dollars. The plan is to issue bid documents in 2024. This design and bidding background is provided because it relates to the timing of our request for debt service, which will be included in the 24-25 biennial budget. Debt service funds will not be needed until construction is ready to start in 2024. As far as the location, one of the sites under consideration and the absolute favorite is the Kennebec Locks parcel, formerly site of the Statler Tissue Mill on the east side of the Kennebec River, near the former Edwards Dam. The site consists of two parcels, one about 20 acres in size owned by the city of Augusta, and a second 4.51 acre parcel owned by a private corporation, which is the AIM Corporation. The city site is a DEP approved brownfield site. Some contamination, PCBs, have been removed. One area containing number 6 oil was encapsulated, and TAH, impacted soil near the rail line, was covered. So that site is not available for excavation. The privately owned site also has contamination, petroleum products, oil, and PCBs. The owner is working with an engineering company and the Maine DEP to reach agreement about which materials must be removed and which may be contained to create an approved. Yes.
There's a little bit of a scratchy noise going on. I want to make sure. I know that everyone seems to be muted, so I'm not sure where it's coming from. Am I the only one hearing that? No, everyone's hearing that. So I don't know if there's some paper near your mic maybe or something.
I'll move it away. I do have paper near my mic.
We want to make sure we capture every word, so thank you. Sorry.
Okay, so do you want me to repeat the brownfield section? Was that?
Maybe just the last couple of sentences would be good, thank you.
Yeah, so I was talking about the fact that the Augusta site is a brownfield site. It has areas of concern that are delineated by the DEP that cannot be excavated, that need to be not built upon. Same with the second parcel, which is owned by the AIM company, that has some contamination as well. And they're in the process of developing a formal brownfield site through engineering and the DEP. So that both will be brownfield sites and both will have areas that cannot be developed, but they also both will have areas that can be developed. So the location of the proposed facility would revitalize two post-industrial brownfield cleanup sites on the Kennebec River to an energy efficient office and learning center. The history and habitat of the site provide a unique mission-related teaching opportunity for IF&W, as the environment supports fish, wildlife, and wildlife habitat observation areas and other natural points of interest. The department and DAFs are engaged in due diligence concerning the sites to resolve questions about access, railroad crossings, whether the headquarters can be built outside the 100-year floodplain and the areas that are, quote, off limits per the brownfield agreements, and other property issues. Given the need for flexibility in site selection, however, we're requesting general authority to acquire a suitable site in lieu of identifying a specific location. When debt service is requested in the FY 24-25 budget, more information about location will be available. This concludes my testimony. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Do either members of either committee have questions for Deputy Commissioner Clark at this moment? I see Senator Bailey has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if either now or for the work session, you can get us a little more information of the current locations in Bangor and Augusta in terms of, are they owned by the state? Are they leased? If they're leased, what those terms are. I just want to see what all is going to be involved in closing those areas. So if you could just get us that information. Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll be happy to do that.
Any other questions for the Deputy Commissioner? I don't see any at this time. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camuso, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Please
Bye.
begin.
Okay. Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. My name is Judy Camuso, and I am the Commissioner of the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. I'm here today to testify in support of the Supplemental Budget Bill LD 1995. And since Elaine eloquently covered the introductory paragraphs, I will skip that for now and just add on that in addition, the supplemental budget builds on the investments of the biennial budget and the main jobs recovery plan, both enacted within the past 7 months. And just a reminder that this currently enacted biennial budget does include a $20 million allocation from the main jobs recovery plan to revitalize aging infrastructure within our state hatchery system. This investment will ensure continued high quality, disease-free fish production, as well as improvements to the effluent quality to meet our requirements of our wastewater discharge licenses. Now I'll move on to the specifics of the department's request in the supplemental budget, starting on page A117. Endangered Non-Game Operations 0536. The first program presented in the budget document on page A117 is the Endangered Non-Game Operations Program. This program provides management of non-game wildlife and endangered species to maintain and enhance various species of fish and wildlife, as well as the ecosystems on which they depend. Non-game wildlife includes all terrestrial and freshwater species that are not ordinarily collected or taken for sport or profit. The only new initiative in this program, found on page A117, increases allocation in the federal expenditure fund by $20,457 in fiscal year 23 and increases allocation in other special revenue funds by $9,299 in FY23. This represents this program's portion of the reorganization of one cartographer position to an IF&W resource biologist position. This initiative can also be found on page A122 of the budget document. This is the non-game funding portion of a change in this position as part of IF&W's broader efforts to implement Maine's climate action plan by increasing our efforts to promote climate resiliency. This position will develop and maintain conservation data sets and outreach materials, provide technical expertise to municipal governments, land trusts, and private landowners, and assist in conservation planning, as well as conduct complex statistical analysis of spatial information and assist IF&W and other state agencies with identifying priority areas for land conservation and acquisition. Enforcement Operations, IFW 0537. The next program presented in the budget document on page A117 is the Enforcement Operations Program. The Maine Warden Service enforces Title 12, Chapters 901 to 939, enforces all rules promulgated by the Commissioner, and enforces the U.S. Migratory Bird Treaty Act. The Maine Warden Service also enforces Maine boating and recreational vehicle laws, snowmobiles, and ATVs. Maine Warden Service is by statute responsible for searches for persons presumed lost or drowned in the fields, forests, and inland waters of the state of Maine. Game wardens of the Maine Warden Service are uniformed law enforcement officers with full police powers and statewide jurisdiction. The only new initiative in this program is found on page A117, increases general fund appropriation by $109,436 in fiscal year 23 to establish one game warden investigator position in the Maine Warden Service. This position was previously in the biennium and will be housed in the central part of the state, focused on commercialization of game and non-game species, internet trade of invasive species, license fraud, and reviewing guide background check processes, of which there are about 400 to 500 applicants per year. Moving on to fisheries and hatcheries operations 0535. The next program presented in the budget document on page 118 is the Fisheries and Hatcheries Operations Program. The Fisheries and Hatcheries Operations Program works to ensure that all species of inland fish in the state of Maine are maintained and perpetuated for their intrinsic ecological and economic value. In addition, this program works to ensure that inland fisheries are available for recreational, scientific, and educational use. The first new initiative in this program, found on page A118, increases allocation and other special revenues by $66,258 in fiscal year 23. This represents this program's portion to establish one senior resource biologist position to manage invasive fish and wildlife threats. This initiative can also be found on page A122 of the budget document. This is a priority hiring for the fisheries division, constant pressure to manage invasive species, plants, fish, and aquatic organisms that are coming into the state. The position will also work on some terrestrial initiatives, and the special revenue funding portion for this position is coming from the Invasive Species Fund, otherwise known as the milfoil sticker. The second new initiative in this program, found on page A118, increases the general fund appropriation by $101,500 in fiscal year 23. This portion of the initiative provides all other funds to the Fisheries and Hatcheries Program to conduct testing for PFAS and PFOS. This initiative can also be found on page A123 of the budget document. This initiative is the fisheries portion of another initiative, which includes personal services and all other funding for one full-time IFNW senior biologist position to coordinate the study, design, collection, and analysis of up to 500 fish and wildlife samples to assess PFAS levels and inform public consumption advisories. And we will be working with DEP and following their priority sampling on this project. The third new initiative in this program, found on page A118, increases general fund appropriations by $10,625 in fiscal year 22 and $42,776 in fiscal year 23, and reduces federal expenditure funds by $10,951 in fiscal year 22 and $44,078 in fiscal year 23. This represents this program's portion of the reallocation of 4 IFNW resource supervisor positions to fund time spent conducting PFAS testing. This initiative can also be found on page A123 of the budget document. And this request covers time for existing fisheries and wildlife staff to sample, collect, identify, and coordinate PFAS that are currently, we're using federal fund money for those positions, and that work, the PFAS work, is not eligible for federal funding. Landowner Relations, Z140. The next program presented in the budget document on page A119 is the Landowner Relations Program. The Landowner Relations Program was established to foster good relationships between landowners and outdoor recreationists, to promote high standards of courtesy, respect, and responsibility by outdoor recreationists in their relations with landowners. The first new initiative in this program, found on page A119, transfers $98,838 in fiscal year 23 from all other to personal services to fund 3 intermittent deputy game warden positions in the main warden service to support the landowner relations program. The deputy landowner relations wardens were identified as a priority in the warden service several years ago. This initiative uses existing general fund dollars in the program and requests a transfer to personal services. The deputies will be regionally located around the state and provide additional support to landowner complaints and conflicts, supporting the current 2 landowner relation corporals. This program has all of the funding to support these activities through the Sportsman's License Plate and the Outdoor Partners Program, which is combined about $120,000 a year. The second new initiative in this program, found on page A119, increases allocation and other special revenue funds by $168 in fiscal year 22 and $698 in fiscal year 23. This represents the program's portion of increasing the weeks of 1 recreational safety coordinator position from 26 to 52 weeks. This initiative can be found on page A123 of the budget document. The third new initiative in this program, found on page A119, increases allocation and other special revenue funds by $506 in fiscal year 23. This represents this portion's program of eliminating 2 intermittent recreational safety coordinator positions and establishing 1 office associate 2 position. This initiative can be found on page A121 and A123 of the budget document. This is a landowner relations fund portion of a request to repurpose a part-time coordinator position to provide a full-time administrative support person for the recreational safety program, which has a landowner relations component. Office of the Commissioner, IFNW 0529. The next program presented in the budget document on page 120 is the Office of the Commissioner's program. The Commissioner's Office is responsible for the administration and management of the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, develops and implements long-range plans for the management and use of the state's fish and wildlife resources, and the use of recreational vehicles and support services provided by central service agencies in areas common to all divisions, such as the Office of Information Technology and the Natural Resources Service Center. This office is also responsible for the development, coordination, maintenance, and evaluation of the department's comprehensive fish and wildlife programs. The first new initiative in this program is found on page A120, provides a one-time general fund appropriation of $60,000 in fiscal year 22 for the department to consult with a stakeholder group on Sunday hunting. The second new initiative in this program, found on page A120, provides a one-time general fund appropriation of $202,999,000 in fiscal year 22 to fund the consolidation of several department offices into 1 central headquarters location. This was the consolidation, the cost of moving State Street, Augusta, Federal Street, Augusta, portions of our Bangor office, and the Varney building. The third new initiative in this program, found on page A120, increases general fund appropriation by $23,922 in fiscal year 22 and $23,516 in fiscal year 23 to fund an increased cost of centralized financial and human resource services provided by the Department of Administrative and Financial Resources. And this is the unbudgeted collective bargaining cost increased from the Natural Resource Service Center for both human resources and finances. The fourth new initiative in this program, found on page A120, increases the general fund appropriation by $32,710 in fiscal year 22 and $34,269 in fiscal year 23 to fund the increased cost of legal fees for the Office of the Attorney General. Public Information and Education Division 0729. The next program presented in the budget document on page A121 is the Public Information and Education Division. The INE division administers programs to increase the public's knowledge and understanding of inland fisheries and wildlife resources through public education, promotion, and dissemination of information. The first new initiative in this program is found on page A121, increases general fund appropriations by $8,320 in fiscal year 22 and $34,227 in fiscal year 23. This represents this portion's program of the reclassification of one public relations specialist position to a marketing specialist position. This initiative can also be found on page A122 of the budget document. And this is part of the ongoing investment by our department to continue to improve our information and education is key to keeping the public interest in outdoor activities and to continue to grow our folks buying licenses, both fishing, hunting, recreational vehicles, and help us to maintain a strong outdoor economy across the state. The second new initiative in this program is found on page A121, increases general fund appropriation of $26,456 in fiscal year 23. This represents this program's portion of the reallocation of 5 recreational safety coordinator positions to realign the recreational safety program under the Public Information and Education Division. This initiative can also be found on page A122 of the budget document. The third new initiative in this program, found on page A121, increases general fund appropriation by $18,488 in fiscal year 23. This represents this program's portion of eliminating 2 intermittent recreational safety coordinator positions and establishing 1 office associate 2 position. This was previously discussed on page 3 of my testimony and can also be found on page A19 and page A121 of the budget document. Resource Management Services, IFW 0534. The next program presented in the budget document on page A122 is the Resource Management Services Program. The Bureau of Resource Management is responsible for the management of the state's inland fisheries and wildlife resources and the development of rules governing the effective management of these resources. The Bureau maintains and enhances the state's fisheries and wildlife resources and habitats through acquisition and habitat improvement, manages wildlife sanctuaries and management areas, coordinates animal damage control functions, and controls the importation and transportation of wildlife species and associated parasites and disease within Maine. The first new initiative in this program, found on page A122, decreases general fund appropriation by $7,897 in fiscal year 22 and $32,936 in fiscal year 23. And increases federal expenditure funds allocation by $648 in fiscal year 22 and $1,993 in fiscal year 23. This represents this program's portion of the reclassification of 1 public relations specialist position to a marketing specialist position. This was previously discussed on page 4 of my testimony and page A121 of the budget document. The second new initiative in this program, found on page A122, increases general fund appropriation by $3,611 in fiscal year 23 and increases federal expenditure fund allocation by $3,720 in fiscal year 23. This represents this program's portion of the reorganization of 1 cartographer position to an IF&W resource biologist position. This was previously discussed on page 2 of my testimony and page 117 of the budget document. The third new initiative in this program, found on page A122, increases general fund appropriation by $27,605 in fiscal year 23 and increases federal expenditure fund allocation by $66,258 in fiscal year 23 to establish 1 IF&W senior resource biologist position to serve as the department's climate change coordinator. This position will allow the department to participate and provide substantive input to fisheries and wildlife concerns of climate change as required under Maine's Climate Action Plan. The fourth new initiative in this program, found on page A122, decreases general fund appropriations by $26,456 in fiscal year 23. This represents this program's portion of the reallocation of 5 recreational safety coordinator positions to realign recreational safety program under Public Information and Education Division. This was previously discussed on page 5 of my testimony and page 121 of the budget document. The fifth new initiative in this program, found on page A122, increases general fund appropriation by $27,605 in fiscal year 23. This represents this program's portion to establish 1 IF&W senior resource biologist position to manage invasive fish and wildlife threats. This was previously discussed on page 3 of my testimony and page A118 of the budget document. The sixth new initiative in this program, found on page A123, increases general fund appropriation by $637,965 in fiscal year 22. This represents this portion's program of funding needed to establish 1 IF&W senior resource biologist position and provides funding for all other to conduct testing for PFAS. This was previously discussed on page 3 of my testimony and page 118 of the budget document. The seventh new initiative in this program, found on page A123, increases general fund appropriation by $2,192 in fiscal year 22 and $8,935 in fiscal year 23, and increases federal expenditure funds allocation by $6,255 in fiscal year 22 and $25,485 in fiscal year 23. This represents this program's portion of increasing the weeks of 1 recreational safety coordinator position from 26 to 52 weeks. This was previously discussed on page 3 of my testimony and page 119 of the budget document. The eighth new initiative in this program, found on page A123, increases the general fund appropriation by $9,910 in fiscal year 22 and $39,998 in fiscal year 23, and decreases federal expenditure fund allocation by $10,215 in fiscal year 22 and $41,218 in fiscal year 23. This represents this program's portion of the reallocation of 4 IF&W resource supervisor positions to fund time spent conducting PFAS testing. This was previously discussed on page 3 of my testimony and page 118 of the budget document. The ninth new initiative in this program, found on page 123, decreases general fund appropriations by $12,075 in fiscal year 23 and increases federal expenditure funds allocations by $18,289 in fiscal year 23. This represents this program's portion of eliminating 2 intermittent recreational safety coordinator positions and establishing 1 office associate 2 position. This was previously discussed on pages 3 and 5 of my testimony and page A19 and page A121 of the budget document. There are also 2 language parts in the supplemental budget impacting inland fisheries and wildlife. Part D, found on page 11, authorized Maine Governmental Facilities Authority to issue additional securities up to $39,500,000 for an inland fisheries and wildlife headquarters facility, and provides authority for the Department of Administrative and Financial Services to purchase land. Part 2, found on page 44, transfers $655,200 from the department's carrying account to provide matching funds for the construction of the Freiburg shooting range. This concludes my testimony, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Appreciate your testimony. Before we go to questions, I noticed that we have a few more people joining us from each committee. I'd like to invite Representative Hepler and then Representative Martin and then Representative Cloutier to introduce themselves. Welcome.
Hi, Representative Pierce. I believe I introduced myself before.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
The screen movement is just killing me today. Well, I know that Representative Martin maybe did not and Representative Cloutier did not.
Actually, I was here, but I did have my mic on. But John Martin, House District 151, Northwestern Aroostook County.
Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am, good morning, everyone. I am Kristen Cloutier and I represent House District 60, which is part of my hometown of Lewiston. And I apologize for being late.
Oh, no worries, no worries. And I'm glad we got to have Representative Hepler introduce herself twice. That's great. Any questions for the commissioner? Representative Fay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner Camuso. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the department's plan for PFAS testing and your partnership with DEP and DACF. I noticed there's $533,000 for testing in addition to the position reorganization to address that. And I'd love to learn a little bit more about that.
Sure. Thank you, Representative. I appreciate the opportunity. So the department has a pretty aggressive plan to work with DEP following their priority sites, so areas that they have identified as, I would say, hotspots. And we will do a series of tests, sort of looking at it, sort of right in the center of the hotspot and moving out in increments, moving out. So our wildlife contaminated that are eating or foraging in the fields, half mile out, 3 miles out, so that we can use that information to inform any potential consumption advisories. We will be doing that for a host of species, including right now we just sampled, I think, 12 turkeys in Fairfield. And then we will be doing the same for deer, likely waterfowl, as well as DEP currently does the fish testing, so they'll continue to do that. We have several working groups. In fact, we just talked yesterday about standing up a group, internal and cross-departmental, on focusing on just on the wildlife portion impacts on PFAS. And then there is an interagency, sort of a higher level group that meets regularly to talk about our approach and strategies and you know, how we're going to move forward together. And so we will be, you know, honestly, this is new. I haven't moved, so my light just turned off. You know, I like it when we lead the way in the country, but I don't necessarily care to be leading the way on this one, and we are. So the work that we're doing, that we're proposing to do for deer and turkey right now, will be the most intense studying that's ever been done in the world that we know of on wildlife and levels of PFAS. So, you know, we will be sort of adjusting as we go and as we learn, but our plan right now is to test about 500 animals, and those tests are pretty expensive. I know there are you know, plans to try and get a lab stood up in the state, but right now there isn't one, and so we can't wait for a lab to be up and functioning here in the state. So we'll be working and sending our samples off, and I think right now it takes about 8 weeks to get the results back. So our goal is to have information for, you know, hunters prior to the start of any season, so that they can make a decision about when and where they choose to hunt. So does that answer your question, Representative?
It does a little bit. And I just have one more follow-up, if I may. Is there currently a contamination level identified that that informs your consumption advisory in tissue for animals?
Oh, yeah, certainly. So, you know, my agency isn't establishing those. We're working with CDC and then EPA, and you know, they're working with the federal agency. So we're working with the state toxicologist and the state veterinarian to help us figure out what these levels mean, what, consumption levels might be safe. Honestly, we're not even sure right now what the background levels in these animals are. And so that will be part of our investigation as well. And what are these levels in animals and in wildlife in parts of the state where we know or that we don't believe there have been any spreading of the sludge materials. So that'll be part of our investigation as well. I think everybody's still trying to figure out how to do as much as we can, as quickly and as efficiently as we can, to try and get answers for the public. But it's going to be a kind of learn as you go.
Thank you so much. We have Representative Millett, and then Senator Davis, and then Representative Hymanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner. Thank you for your testimony. I just want to raise 3 different questions, but I don't need a response to one of them. The first one would be in response to questions that several of us get. I know I've gotten a handful of them recently about the lack of hard copies of the hunting and fishing laws when people either from in-state or out of state buy their licenses, and they're instructed to go online. And I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be a prudent public relations move and be much more responsive to the out-of-state folks who come here, as well as the people in-state that don't have access to a computer. If there was some way you could come up with a method of getting adequate copies of the hard version of laws to the license, to the point of sale people who issue the licenses, so they could simply hand a copy of it to the person that is going to participate in your services. That's a question. It might relate to my second question, Commissioner, and that is, could you tell us how much is in a carry forward account and whether it might be usable for the 2 one-time items on page 120, in addition to the Part II language? And my reason for connecting the two is the possibility that if it would require you to purchase more copies of the hunting and fishing laws, whether the carry forward balance might work to address that issue. And my last question is simply a matter of interpretation. I think I know the answer, but I'm not positive. The 2 or the 3 deputy game warden intermittent positions on page 119 are self-funded in the second year. The question is, does intermittent describe ongoing permanent classification of positions? Because if so, it would look like the baseline for the 24-25 budget would start at 0, given that they're self-funded in 23. So those are my 3 questions, and I don't expect long answers. I apologize for the long questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. To your first question, the department does print. We print about 40,000 copies of the hunting law book and 80,000 copies of the fishing law book. So if folks want those hard copy books, they can call the office and we will mail those out. We still distribute those around the state. And I was just in the city of Augusta yesterday and found ample supplies of both. So if folks want those, we do have copies that people we can mail to those. And the reason the department started printing fewer of those was 1, budgetary. 2, though, technology is just advanced to the point where, the printed material is becoming more and more obsolete with each year as we go on, but recognizing that lots of people still like to have an actual physical copy, we have retained printing to some extent. But what we had been experiencing in the past was just literally recycling pallets and pallets of books that folks were not using, and they were just being wasted. So we made that decision. Commissioner Woodcock made that decision 5 or 6 years ago. and have been gradually getting to a place where reducing sort of each time, reducing each printing, we'd print fewer and fewer, but each time we still had lots left over. So we're at a place now where we print about 40,000, 80,000. That seems to be the right number for the number of folks that are requesting hard copies. So if you have folks that want a hard copy, they can certainly call the office and we can mail those to them. To answer your second question, the amount that's in the carrying account, I believe it's just a little over $1 million. And then to answer your third question, the deputy wardens will be similar to all our other deputy wardens, and they would be self-funded. So they would be intermittent permanent, but it'll be different people each time, right? So the deputies would come in for, 4 or 5 months, and they would be 3 sort of staged throughout the state and throughout the year, but then they would be likely new deputies in the subsequent years, if that makes sense. And we will be asking in the biennial budget for support for that. Does that answer your questions, Representative?
It is helpful, Commissioner, and thank you for that. I'm wondering how the 40,000 and 80,000 numbers relate to the number of licenses actually sold. And in relation to that, if you had pallets available before and you're trying to get a sweet spot for printing, would you be allowing any copies for legislators to respond to constituents? Because I think that would help your relationship with your PR as well as asking the license purchaser to ask.
Yeah, and we'll be happy to do that for you, Representative, and we have, as representative or legislators have asked for those copies, we've provided them. Not pallets of them.
Right. I don't think I need a pallet.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Senator Davis and then Representative Hymanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning,
I
Senator.
see a number of pictures of you catching fish and different things, and that's good. I'm glad you're doing all that. That's great.
And make sure to get outside.
Absolutely. I have just a couple of questions I wanted to ask. On Part II, the matching money, is that matching federal money or?
It is. Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have stated that. So that's federal money from our PR grant. And as you know, Senator Davis, so the money for our PR dollars, it's a tax that is applied to shooting, hunting equipment.
Pittman Robinson.
Yeah, the Pittman Robinson grant tax, and it's about 11% that gets applied it's pre-manufactured, so the user doesn't really even know they're paying it. And then that money gets collected by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and apportioned out to the states based on the number of hunting licenses and the number of people in your state and the size of the state. But in the past few years, the number has been increasing, and primarily at this point in time, close to 70% of the people who are contributing to that money are folks that shoot but do not hunt. So 70% of that PR dollars, according to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, is coming from clients or customers that are buying guns and ammo but don't actually participate in hunting. And so across the country, there's a real demand to provide for state agencies to provide services to those customers. And so there's a huge, a strong demand to have shooting ranges that are in controlled environments, safe spaces, noise reduction, so it's not bothering the neighbors. So the money from the carrying account will be used to match the other, $1.4 million federal money.
And I would presume that given the state's doing this, it would be open to the public.
Of course, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's mandatory. Yep.
And that would be any time of day anybody wanted to go there, any day of the week. Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say that. So we'll have range safety officers there, and it will be open most likely 7 days a week. The Summer Haven range is open pretty steady as long as we have range safety officers there. There will be, some limits for what people can do at those ranges. So we have rules and, there's some devices that we prefer people not shoot at the range when we're investing this much money. But, you know,
Sure.
we'll have range safety officers there. We'll have public programming there for programs for new shooters and people wanting to learn, you know, how to archery shoot, or people wanting to learn how to set up a tree stand and other things like that. Women's night at the
Yeah.
range, all that kind of stuff.
Oh, sounds like a good plan. I was interested in your desire to spend $60,000 on a survey for Sunday hunting. I'm curious, is the department supporting Sunday hunting initiative?
So I'm gonna play politics and say that bill comes up next week at our committee. So during the last legislature, last session, the legislature directed us to conduct a survey of the public on Sunday hunting. So we convened a stakeholder group, and we hired a facilitator, and we hired responsive management to conduct the survey. However, the legislature only appropriated $15,000, and so the survey itself cost $71,000, and the consultant cost
I see.
$5,000. So we're asking for the legislature to fully fund that survey.
I see. I see.
And you can listen in on Monday for our testimony on Sunday hunting.
Okay. Well, it's been an issue for many years. I was on the committee for a long time, and it was always an issue. The last thing I'd just like to ask about, it seems like when I was on the committee, requests seemed like continually being made to upgrade the aircraft or to fix the aircraft or buy a motor or whatever. And I'm curious what kind of condition the planes are in and how many you have.
We currently have 3 planes, 2 Skyhawks and 1 Cessna 185, and they are both, all 3 are in good condition, and we are not asking for any, you know, engine upgrades or anything right now.
Good. Well, thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator.
Representative Hymanson.
Hi, Senator Davis asked most of my questions really around the shooting range. But my remaining question about that is, it looks like it'll be total of almost $2 million to build this shooting range. Can you just review with us what it takes to build a $2 million shooting range?
Yeah, it does seem like a lot of money for a shooting range, but so this will be, the department already owns the property. So we have a facility there. It has a long-standing, we have an agreement with the fishing game, the Freiburg Fishing Game. So they sort of help us manage it. It has been a active shooting range for a long time. It is, I would say, not particularly safe at this point. So there's no barriers or berms between the kind of shooting lanes, which you really want, like earthen barriers, or, you know, some sort of, a lot of ranges have like concrete in between the firing lanes. And so this range will be, I'm not sure, Representative, if you've been to our Summer Haven range, which is a state-of-the-art range. And it's probably, well, I don't need to go into that, but it won't be as fancy as that. This will be a more modest range. Since we own a lot of land around there, we don't have as many of the concerns around neighbors, but we do have neighbors behind us. So there'll be issues that will sort of set up barriers and berms to do noise reduction, so that the folks that live in proximity to the range have some relief from the noise. There'll be lead remediation on the site. There'll be the earthen berms will all have the special gravel that you use so that you can continue to remove the lead off the property. And then there'll be multiple berms set up in between the current lanes. It'll be a whole redesign of the property. And so
okay, I'm still not hearing $2 million. So I wondered if we could get more clarity about.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we can
about
get
what the plan is. Yeah. Thank you.
Representative Fay.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I did want to just touch on the senior resource biologist for invasive species. And the OSR for that was from the milfoil sticker. I do have a little bit of concern that the funds from milfoil stickers go to the volunteer groups that do the inspection, and am concerned that this would impact the ability for those groups to have enough funds to continue those
Mhm. Yep.
volunteer inspection programs.
Thanks, Representative. So the money from the milfoil stickers gets split between IFNW and DEP and 80/20. So this is the 80% will continue to go to DEP to fund those volunteer positions. And this biologist will be focused on primarily, I think it's 70/30, 70% of the time will be aquatic and plant invasives for inland waters, as opposed to only about 30% for terrestrial invasives. Honestly, the department could have easily one person focused on waters and one person focused on terrestrial. Invasives are one of the biggest threats we face as a state. It's invasive species are identified as one of the top 1 or 2 threats for almost all of our species of greatest conservation need, and certainly a threat to our fisheries and our world-class brook trout. So we feel it's pretty critical that we have this person, and this will not detract at all from the volunteer, the milfoil monitors. So this is the 20% that we get that will focus on aquatic and plant invasives.
Glad to hear that. Thank you. And if we can get the pike out of Sebago Lake, that'd be awesome.
That's a tall order.
Representative Fay always wanting something more. Are there any other questions by either committee members? I don't see any at this time, but we do have a couple members of the public that we would like to hear from. Carla Black and Mark O'Brien, I'm going to bring you both over as panelists. Please accept that invitation when it comes to you. Let's see, Carla Black. Ms. Black, welcome.
Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator Dill, and Representative Landry, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. My name is Carla Black. I'm the Deputy Executive Director at Maine Woodland Owners, speaking today in support, of the supplemental budget related to the Maine Warden Service at the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. There's one section I would like to specifically draw to your attention. The provision establishing 3 intermittent deputy game warden positions found in the landowner relations section on page A119 is of particular interest and importance to landowners. Maine has a unique history of public access to private land, and the Warden Service provides a critical service to landowners with its landowner relations program. The Warden Service works with landowners and the public to promote responsible land use and to educate landowners about their rights, liabilities, and options. They also serve the important role of helping to resolve issues on the rare occasion a conflict arises between a landowner and a member of the public that requires intervention. Adding additional resources to the landowner relations program in the way of additional deputy game wardens will serve to enhance the relationships that are fostered between landowners and the public and will help continue the great history we have of supporting public access on private lands. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of this initiative.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Black? I don't see any, but we really appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. O'Brien, at your pleasure. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Honorable Senator Breen, Honorable Senator Dill, Honorable Representative Peirce, Honorable Representative Landry, distinguished members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Committee on Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. I am Mark O'Brien, I'm Mayor of the City of Augusta, and I'm here to enthusiastically speak in support of the construction of a new headquarters facility for the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife on the banks of the Kennebec River at a location that is the head of tide in the Kennebec. This is a very special location that presents tremendous opportunity to the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. This is a place teeming with fish and wildlife, including bald eagles, osprey, great blue herons, and other birds fishing in the rich waters of the river. These birds can be watched every day, especially at low tide in spring, summer, and fall from the property IFW would occupy. Enormous schools of several species of fish can be observed swimming upriver during several months of the year. 6 to 8 foot long Atlantic sturgeon are commonly seen jumping in this section of the Kennebec River. There's nearly a mile of riverfront property offering the department unparalleled access for Maine's public to a rich national resource in the heart of Augusta and barely a stone's throw away from the State House. Augusta is the proud seat of state government and is excited for this new opportunity that will bring not only an office to the city, but space along the Kennebec for bird watchers, fishing enthusiasts, kayakers, and boaters. Walking trails along the riverbank and opportunities for IFW staff to run various classes promoting outdoor activities are further possibilities this location offers. All of this can occur on the large Kennebec Locks property and the additional AIM property. The fact that these two sites were once home to a metal recycling site and a paper mill give both the state and the city an opportunity to show that a once intense industrial site in the heart of a downtown can be redeveloped and transformed into an outdoor enthusiast stream. The site can easily be connected to the Kennebec River Rail Trail via the city sidewalk network and eventually a possible footpath over the Kennebec on the unused railroad trestle. It can be easily connected to and possibly become part of the East Coast Greenway Trail that connects Maine to Florida. And of course, the site's proximity to downtown and the restaurants there will be very convenient for visitors to IFW. At the same time, the site is close to enough other state offices that IFW staff will remain well connected to the rest of state government. Augusta City Councilors and Augusta City staff have spent substantial time over the last year working with IFW staff and the commissioner on this opportunity. And we enthusiastically support this project. We look forward to working with IFW and other state agencies as this project moves forward and becomes part of the transformation of Augusta's downtown and east side. And thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Mason, do you have a question for Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, no, I do not. Could I direct it to the commissioner?
Just one moment, but see if they have any questions for Mr. O'Brien. Does any member of either committee have a question for Mr. O'Brien? I don't see any. We certainly appreciate your testimony today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate you hearing from me.
Representative Mason, a question for the commissioner?
Yes, thank you. Commissioner, is the IFW going to retain the building they're in? It may have been mentioned in the testimony, but just curious.
Thank you, Representative Mason. So we currently lease this building. So we don't, the state does not own this building. So we would not retain this.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for either Deputy Commissioner Clark or Commissioner Camuso from any members of the committee? We have heard from all of the public that is here today at this block. So I don't see any at this time. So thank you. I want to thank both Commissioner Camuso and Deputy Commissioner Clark for being here today and the members of the AFW committee. We really appreciate your time. And I know everyone's busy with other committees as well. So we look forward to your report back, which will be March 22nd. We're happy to accept that earlier if that's of interest to your committee. In the meantime, the AFA committee will go on a break until 1 o'clock, where we will have the Department of Marine Resources join us and that committee as well. So any questions by any members of either committee before we sign off until 1 o'clock? Again, thanks so much for being here. If you are staying live online, make sure you put on your mute and maybe you're put on your no video as well. Take care. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
whatever reason, we can get in, but it's not working right.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll give everyone a few minutes to load up and get logged on. Just a reminder that we are still live streaming, so don't want anyone to be caught. Want everyone to know that, and we'll get going here in a few minutes.
Thank you.
So welcome everyone to the 1 o'clock block of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. I'm Representative Teresa Peirce. I'm the House Chair of this committee. We're going to be joined at the 1 o'clock slot with our friends from Marine and ready to get going here. Thank you everyone for coming. This is the public hearing for marine resources and has to do with the supplemental budget of the governor's LD1995. Senator Meermott, I see your picture. Are you here with us and able to log on, or not quite yet? Oh, there you are.
There I am. How are
Welcome
you?
to you, your committee, you and your good co-chair, Representative McCreate. And I'm wondering if you might lead us in introductions with your committee. Sometimes we have people raise hands because people are floating all over in squares. That's up to I'll give you that discretion if you'd like to do that.
Great. Thank you very much.
You.
Okay.
Oh yeah, can everyone hear him now?
Huh?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry, I think that was on my end, my bad.
Oh, good, good. Thank you, Representative Peirce. I'm Dave Meermott. I represent Senate District 12, which is Knox County, except for the town of Washington. And I see my co-chair, Representative McCreate, if you'd like to take over, saying hello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Appropriations. I'm Jay McCreight, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House.
And we'll go around. Representative Fockingham.
Good afternoon, Appropriations Committee and Marine Resources Committee. I'm Representative Billy Bob Fockingham from Winter Harbor, and I currently represent House District 136.
I don't see Representative Alley. Representative McDonald.
Hello, I'm Representative Genevieve McDonald. I represent House District 134, the offshore islands of Penobscot Bay and Western Frenchman's Bay.
Thank you. Representative Hutchins. Do not see. Representative Stanley. No. Representative Alley, I don't see you, but I see your name. I'll let him work on that a minute more. Senator Maxman, I do not see. Senator Rosen, hello.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Appropriations. I'm Kimberly Rosen, Senate District 8, which consists of Bucksport, Castine, Dedham, Great Pond, Orland, Penobscot, Verona Island, Bradley, the City of Brewer, Clifton, Eddington, Holden, Lincoln, Burlington, Lowell, and Orrington, plus 4 unorganized territories. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bloom, don't see her yet. Representative Hepler.
Good afternoon, AFA
There you are.
committee. I'm back again, this time on Marine Resources. I represent the towns of Arousic, Georgetown, Phippsburg, Woolwich, where I live, Dresden, and a small part of Richmond.
Thank you. Representative Crafts.
Good afternoon. I'm Lydia Crafts. I represent House District 90, which includes Damascata, Newcastle, Bristol, Bremen, Monhegan and Louds Islands, and parts of South Bristol and Nobleboro.
Thank you. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jim Thorne. I represent House District 103 up in Carmel, Herman, and a portion of Etna in beautiful Penobscot County. And I am pulling double duty on judiciary as we speak. So if I make a motion or my lips move not in sync with the committee, hopefully you'll understand.
We'll continue to ignore you as we always have. Thank you. Well, and thank you, Appropriations, for having us join. I think we've got a pretty good crew and a great budget to present, or the department has to present. So I'll be quiet now.
Thank you so much, Senator. Appreciate the introductions. We're delighted to have you here today, this afternoon, for Marine Resources and hearing this part of the budget. We have Commissioner Kelleher here today to give testimony, and then we'll open it up for questions from either committee of the good commissioner. I think there are some other people from that department here as well, and I'll let him do those introductions. And then once we've completed that, we'll see if there's any members of the public who would like to give any testimony. AFA did introduce themselves this morning in our 10 a.m. block, so I don't think we'll do our introductions again. We'll just get right to why we're here. And Commissioner Kelleher, I believe you're here with us.
And he's muted.
And you're muted, that's what it is. I'm looking all over for the little square in there.
How's that? How's that? You can hear me
That's
now.
great.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much.
Love technology. Thank you very much. And I do have some staff that may join to help answer questions if we have any, but I don't see them listed yet. So we'll just wing it for now if that pleases the chairs, and then come back to them if need be.
Perfect. Thank you.
Let me slide my testimony over. Senators Breen and Merrimont, Representative Pierce and McCrate, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Marine Resources. I'm Patrick Kelleher. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Marine Resources. I'm here today on behalf of the administration to testify in support of LD 1995, specifically the portions of the budget pertaining to the Department of Marine Resources. This supplemental provides additional relief to the people of Maine to ensure the continuity of the programs and services that are so vital to the residents of the state. I'm going to skip over a little bit of this because I know you've heard it from other commissioners, and I'm going to go right into the focus on for the department. The Department of Marine Resources portion of this supplemental builds on the investments to the biennial and the Maine Jobs Plan, both enacted within the last 7 months. DMR is established to conserve and develop marine and estuarine resources, conduct and sponsor scientific research, promote and develop the Maine coastal fishing industries, and advise and cooperate with local, state, and federal officials concerning activities in coastal waters, and to implement, administer, and enforce the laws and regulations necessary for these purposes. Maine's commercial, aquaculture, and recreational fishing sectors have faced unprecedented challenges in recent years, and both committees have been supportive of our efforts to address these challenges by providing resources to support the effort. In addition to the core monitoring, regulatory, and restoration work that has always been our primary focus, we are now bringing on additional science staff to conduct research that will inform future management actions to address right whale interactions, emergent threats such as white sharks, and to work to understand what anticipated offshore wind development means to our vital fisheries. We are in the process of hiring staff for our aquaculture program to meet the increased demands of this growth sector in the marine economy. These challenges continue to grow and shift, often due to climate change, as you will hear in our proposed supplemental request. DMR is proposing initiatives comprised of a net increase of 2.1 million in general fund and 1.6 million in federal expenditure funds, and a net decrease of 88,000 in other special revenue funds over the biennial. Our supplemental budget request addresses some of the agency's highest priority needs, and they can be summarized into 5 categories. Legal defense. The department is requesting a one-time increase for legal services related to litigation in the DC Circuit Courts, related to the protection of right whales and the authorization of the lobster fishery by the National Marine Fisheries Service. This funding will support the department's intervener status in 2 cases, which constitutes an existential threat to the fishery's survival. The state's continued participation on behalf of the industry as a whole is critical. In addition to these 2 cases, the funding will also support monitoring of the Maine Lobster Union's case versus Raimondo in a federal court here in Bangor. And just as I was signing on, I am hearing information that we are going to also have a suit filed against us by a gentleman that goes by the name of Max Strahan, or Mad Max, regarding our lobster fisheries. Number 2 is the climate adaptive monitoring assessment. This supports climate adaptive monitoring assessment work for Maine's coastal fisheries in collaboration with the University of Maine. This is something that the president of the University of Maine and I have been talking about for some time. Number 3 is the expanded and improved support for climate change and public health. The department is requesting 4 new positions for the Bureau of Public Health, and the Bureau is tasked with implementing the National Shellfish Sanitation Program and monitoring the various economically important shellfish resources of Maine, including both wild harvest species such as softshell clams and farm-raised products like oysters. Due to climate change and the increase in the popularity of aquaculture shellfish, the Bureau is facing increased demands to ensure the safety of Maine shellfish for the consuming public. Modified deep water currents and warm waters in the Gulf of Maine have transported and increased the abundance of novel marine phytoplankton that causes harmful algae blooms, such as amnesic shellfish poisoning, which first arrived in our waters in 2016. Warming waters and the increase in oyster and hard clam aquaculture have also led to the increase in the occurrence of Vibrio-related illnesses in Maine. Vibrio are naturally occurring marine bacteria that thrive at higher temperatures and can cause serious negative health outcomes if specific control measures are not implemented. DMR requires new and innovative methods, along with increased staff resources, to monitor and manage these threats to public health in order to protect our Maine seafood brand. Number 4 is the increased central services. We have 3 initiatives under this line that request funding in response to central service rate increases. The first is the Office of Information Technology. This initiative provides funding for the additional cost of Marine Patrol radios that are installed by the Maine Office of Information Technology. The increases cannot be absorbed within the patrol's existing budget. The Office of the Attorney General. This is an initiative provided funding for additional legal services by 1 full-time Assistant Attorney General for litigation, settlement review, and negotiations, rulemaking assistance and review, and other consultation as needed. This is a shared position between the Department of Marine Resources, Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, and the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry. And then the third component of this request is the DAFS component. And this is an initiative that provides funding for the increased cost of centralized financial and human resource services due to rate increases related to salary adjustment provided by collective bargaining agreements. And number 5 is the transfer, reclass, and the biennial budget cleanup. The department has 3 position transfers and 1 position reclass, and a few initiatives that involve cleaning up of a couple of budget issues within the agency. And a few of these initiatives will be repeated throughout the budget program as they affect numerous budget programs and funding types. And Representative Purse, would you like me to pause between these as I go for questions, or would you like me to just finish the testimony and then deal with questions at the end?
We'd like you to finish the testimony and then we'll do all the questions at the end.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
The first section is the Bureau of Marine Science, which is 0027. The Department of Marine Resources is requesting 5 initiatives within the Bureau of Marine Science, which can be found on A136. The first initiative restores funding for existing federal awards that was reduced in ERA as part of the establishment of the Bureau of Sea Run Fisheries and Habitat. The next initiative provides funding to support climate adaptive monitoring assessment work for the Maine's coastal fisheries in collaboration with the University of Maine. This funding will allow the state to proactively respond to accelerating climate change on Maine's marine resources and associated fisheries. The next initiative provides funding for the continuation of the data collection and related services in support of the Federal Marine Recreational Information Program, the Access Point Angler Intercept Survey, and the For Hire Survey, along with the Large Pelagic Intercept Survey. Moving along to the next initiative, which provides funding for the transfer and relocate of 1 Marine Resource Scientist 4 position, a Marine Resource Scientist 3 position, and a Marine Resource Scientist 2 position from 100% general fund in the Bureau of Policy and Management program to 100% general fund in the Bureau of Marine Science. This transfer is simply to align the cost of the positions to better reflect the work being performed. And then lastly, within marine science is the initiative that continues to make permanent 1 Marine Resource Scientist 1 position previously continued by public law in the last biennial. This position serves as the lead coordinator for projects that total over $1 million in grant funding to identify documents and test experimental lobster fishing gear modifications to reduce the risk of entanglements for endangered North Atlantic right whales. This position is fully funded by federal funds. Moving on to the Bureau of Policy and Management. The Department of Marine Resources is requesting 7 initiatives within the Bureau of Policy and Management, which are found on page A137. The first initiative provides funding for additional legal services by 1 full-time Assistant Attorney General for litigation, settlement review, and negotiations. This is a shared position between DMR, IFNW, and the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. The next initiative adjusts funding from the Aquaculture Federal Programs account, which is not currently supported by any federal awards. This initiative will bring the account to 0 to align the budget with anticipated resources. The next initiative provides funding for the additional cost of Marine Patrol radios that will be completed by the Office of Information and Technology. Next initiative provides funding for the increased cost of the centralized financial and human resources services by DAFs within the Natural Resource Service Center. And the next initiative provides one-time non-lapsing funds for the increased cost for legal services related to pending litigation in the DC Circuit regarding the protection of right whales and the authorization of the lobster fishery by NOAA. The next initiative reallocates 1 resource management coordinator from 100% all other to 100% general fund within the same program. This position serves as an essential role in providing support for federal, state, and local coordination of fisheries restoration actions worth tens of millions of dollars annually. To ensure continued support for the restoring Maine's marine resources and leveraging the position for increased federal funding that supports restoration, improved road infrastructure and safety, and climate resiliency, permanent funding is needed. The next initiative transfers and reallocates 1 Marine Resource Scientist 4 position, 1 Marine Resource Scientist 3 position, and a Marine Resource Scientist 2 position from 100% general fund in the Bureau of Policy and Management program to 100% general fund in the Bureau of Marine Science. This initiative was previously discussed on page A136. Moving on to the Bureau of Public Health. Here we're requesting 6 initiatives within the Bureau of Public Health that can be found on page A139. The first initiative establishes 1 Marine Resource Scientist 1 position to assist in assessing subtidal shellfish resources under the state management jurisdiction. The position will also act as a resource for municipal shellfish programs and their increased efforts to scientifically assess the shellfish population and develop sustainable resource management programs. The next initiative transfers and reallocates one seafood technologist position and one office specialist 2 position from 100% other special revenue funds to 100% general fund within the same program. This initiative will align the work effective with the appropriate funding. The next initiative establishes one planning and research associate 2 position to facilitate public data accessibility, website maintenance, and to develop the training for municipalities, industry, and staff. This position will also review aquaculture leases, permits, and operation plans for public health concerns, coordinate industry testing, especially for increased biotoxin threats, and develop regulations and education strategies for risks associated with emerging Vibrio bacteria. The next initiative establishes one marine resource scientist 4 position to manage the nearshore marine resource program, including supervision of 3 positions, executing climate change initiatives such as long-term sentinel intertidal monitoring sites and shellfish research related to acidification, recruitment, and predation. This position will also supervise the co-management of shellfish with municipalities and assessment of state-regulated subtidal resources. The Nearshore Marine Resource Program will also collaborate with DEP on eelgrass monitoring and efforts in advancement of the program processes like permitting, along with oversight of the environmental permit review program. The next initiative provides funding for the approved reclassification of one marine resource scientist 1 position to a marine resource scientist 2 position. This is a management initiated reorg that has already been approved by the Bureau of Human Resources. The next initiative establishes one marine resource scientist 1 position to assist in climate change initiatives, including long-term sentinel intertidal monitoring that includes species diversity, and cataloging invasive species, and measuring dissolved oxygen and pH in water and sediment. Moving on to Marine Patrol, this can be found on page A140. This is the first initiative that continues to make permanent one public service manager 1 position, which was previously continued by public law within the last biennial, and is to enhance the oversight and administration of the Bureau of Marine Patrol's Special Services Division. This is a captain's position within Marine Patrol and is critically important to the Bureau's operation, and the department is requesting to remove the end date and add headcount to continue the position. And the Bureau of Sea and Fisheries and Habitat. The Department of Marine Resources is requesting 2 initiatives within the Bureau of Sea and Fisheries and Habitat, which can be found on page A140. The first initiative continues to make permanent the Marine Resource Scientist 2 position, previously continued within the last biennial. This position serves as the coordinator for salmon for Maine rivers and statewide citizen science monitoring. The next initiative continues to make permanent, one biologist 2 position, previously continued within the last biennial. This position serves as the lead coordinator for the Maine Department of Marine Resources for the Bay of Fundy Connectivity Project, a $30 million project that will provide increased fisheries resources and significant construction jobs to Washington County, the focal area of the study. And with that, that concludes my testimony, and I would be happy to answer any questions that either committee may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Commissioner. Are there any questions by either members of either committee? Senator Bailey and then Representative McCray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. I just have some questions. I need to understand the litigation costs that you have in your budget. I understand the litigation and fully support that we should be intervener in that litigation. So that's not my question. It's more, it looks to me like because of the number that a decision was made to hire outside counsel as opposed to using the Maine Attorney General's office in this litigation. And I wondered first if you know if that is accurate and how that decision was made.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Senator Bailey. Yeah, in fact, we've been fully engaged since the beginning of the litigation with the AG's office at the beginning. In fact, they represented us in a case that Max Strahan brought against the agency in federal court in Bangor. They also helped with our first amicus brief that was submitted to a case in Washington. We now have 2 cases in the DC circuit that go beyond the expertise of the attorneys within the Maine Attorney General's office. The primary focus of both of these litigations relate to the Federal Endangered Species Act and the Federal Marine Mammal Protection Act. These are 2 very complicated pieces of federal law with a tremendous amount of legal precedent that has been set in prior cases. And so after consultation with our attorneys within the Natural Resource Branch of the AG's office, and then ultimately with Attorney General Fry and Governor Mills, we determined that we did need the expertise of outside counsel, and that's why we have now come to you for funding for those expanded costs.
Thank you for that explanation. That's kind of what I assumed, but I just wanted to verify it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Roseanne McCray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, along the same lines, this litigation, I'm wondering if you feel that you've asked for more funding, but I'm wondering if that's sufficient. And then I have a second question.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Representative McCray. When we put this budget together, it was very early on in the process of dealing with it. We had hired outside counsel. We had been dealing with the establishment of the briefs. We had not at that time moved into becoming an intervener with the case that the Maine Lobstermen's Association had started with NOAA in the DC circuit. We have since gone back and had additional conversations, and the governor will be submitting a change package that would increase this line. We do not have a final number yet, but I am thinking it's going to be probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $3 million with the funds, and we would ask that for language that if the funds end up not being used, that they would just revert back to the general fund. But that would be a change package request that would be coming.
Thank you. Another question, Madam Chair?
Of course.
Just again, Commissioner, could you, the research that the department does is so important to public health and so many other things that you've mentioned. Do you feel you have sufficient funding in the areas that affect the ability to do that research?
Yeah, and with the beginning of the biennial budget, with the support of both of the committees, we did establish additional funding for both science and policy as it pertains to whale issues. We are now in a situation, like probably many agencies are, waiting for a budget to come out of Washington with no movement on an FY22 budget to date. It may leave us with very big gaps in funding for research. And that's another area where I have addressed with the governor, and we're going to be talking more about whether we should be considering a change package around that particular item as well. But in particular, work around gear and gear modifications that the lobster industry is facing, the issues around location of right whales. We're doing a lot of work as it pertains to sound traps, where you actually put listening devices in the Gulf of Maine to determine where and when whales are present. Whales are not the threat. The lobster industry is not the threat to the whales that people like to think they are, but it's clear that whales have to swim through the Gulf of Maine. And so it's that information which I think would be incredibly valuable, and we may need additional resources to expand upon that particular workload.
Senator Mearmont.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the the money's needed for all that research. This area of marine resources keeps changing so rapidly. And I've been impressed with what you've done, but the same as Representative McCrate, some of these threats have to balance both environmental issues with the fisheries. How are you coordinating with the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries to make sure that we stay viable within the fisheries that we're using right now, that are going right now, and what's evolving with the rapid warming of the Gulf of Maine? And again, I just want to make sure that as quickly as this seems to be changing, that you have enough money. And you've been very frugal, and I'm impressed by what you do, but that just keeps bothering me. So.
Yeah. So for those of you on the Appropriations Committee, the ASMFC is the Atlantic State Marine Fisheries Commission, and it is the regional management body that manages state waters from Maine to Florida, and we have to be compliant with fisheries management plans that are adopted at ASMFC. ASMFC and our sister states from Maine to Florida are dealing with the same type of threats that we deal here within the Gulf of Maine. I think that the difference is the speed in which our waters are warming. And, it doesn't sound like, you would think 3 degrees is not a big difference when it comes to water temperatures within the Gulf of Maine, but I can assure you that when you see that type of shift, we see a large shift in species availability. Black sea bass, which was not even on our radar screen when I started 10 years ago, is becoming prevalent in state waters. We're seeing impacts to species like northern shrimp, where we continue to not have a shrimp fishery because of warming waters. Atlantic herring are not recovering, which is a keystone species for lobster bait. Menhaden are now here at a much higher level, and that is also potentially linked to warming waters. So I think we'll be able to maintain our compliance. The good news is that all of the states that we deal with at ASMFC are very much engaged in this work. But as I've stated, in some cases, the speed of change is not, management is not able to keep up with it. So that's one of the reasons we're trying to expand our work. Instead of hiring more scientists within the department, expanding our partnership with the University of Maine in particular, I think is a bigger bang for the buck. Instead of hiring more scientists, we can use both graduate and undergraduate students, along with the professors who are focused on the priorities that both we and the university have.
Senator Breen.
Hi, Commissioner Kelleher. I'm following up to the concerns I've heard from folks about potentially more legal fees. And I'm wondering if you have asked the DAS commissioner or the administration to have a reserve legal fund that would have some parameters around it and would be available in the event of further litigation, but maybe would go back into the general fund after a certain amount of time or certain triggers. Have you talked about anything like that with the DAS commissioner?
We have. I've talked with Commissioner Figueroa and directly with the governor, and I think that's what we would be bringing forward with a change package. So it would be an expanded pot of money that could be used for just that reason. And as you say, could revert back to the general fund if not used.
And it would be like another separate fund.
It would be this would be a separate fund for the department to tap into to represent the industry with our attorneys, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions by either committee for the commissioner at this point? Not seeing any at the moment, so I think we'll turn our attention to the public that has joined us today. We have 2 people in attendance who would like to offer testimony. One is Jeff McCabe and the other is Sebastian Bell. I'm going to promote both of those people to panelists. Please make sure you accept my invitation in order to beam you over to us. Let's start talking Star Trek. And as soon as you arrive, we will begin to hear from you. Mr. McCabe, are you here yet? There you are.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin at your pleasure.
Thank you, Chair Purse. Thank you, Chair Breen. Thank you to the chairs of the Marine Resources Committee. It's great to be here. I feel like I've been here all week. Senator Merrimont, Representative McCrate, other members, members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. I am Jeff McCabe. I serve as the Legislative and Political Director for Maine Service Employees Association. I will not read my entire 2-page testimony. This is some remarks that Appropriations has heard from me earlier this week in regards to concerns we have around pay gap, as well as the current compensation system being outdated. But I did just want to flag for folks, you have heard the need for some reclasses and some reorgs, and we're just here to point out that there are a number of positions within Marine Resources that are currently vacant. Also, there was a story in the March 4th Kennebec Journal in regards to a staff position not being able to be filled at the Department of Marine Resources associated with the State Seaweed Fisheries Council. And these types of positions left vacant mean that commodity groups, in this case, folks in an industry are not getting the services they need. You've heard, and there's been discussion today in regards to the need for scientists. I think that the job of folks at Marine Resources has evolved. It has changed. There are industries that are depending on folks having a certain level of experience, a certain level of education, and vacancies mean that folks are not getting their necessary services and representation. So we're just here to point out that there is an opportunity to really look at the state's job classification system to make some changes. I did appreciate the conversation around a legal fund and setting money aside in a reserve. I also know there's been discussions in AFA in regards to setting money aside for an education fund to make sure that the state is meeting its 55% obligation. And it's probably appropriate that DAFs and the committees look at setting money aside so that reorgs and reclassifications are not done in such a piecemeal fashion. We see in certain departments of natural resource agencies when positions become more competitive, biologist positions, for example, possibly at Department of Transportation or IF&W, sometimes causes people to leave one agency and go to another based on being able to increase their pay. So we're just here to say that there needs to be a look at the entire system. With that, I'm happy to take any questions, and we will be reaching out to the Committee of Jurisdiction about specific concerns we have in Marine Resources as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. McCabe, for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. McCabe? Appreciate you being here with us all 7 days.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for having me.
I don't see anybody raising their hand with a question. So thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you being here. Maybe we'll see you at 2 o'clock. Well, I don't know.
I've been just trying to come in a couple times a day, maybe not each time, but yeah, I do know when I don't show up, Representative Millett sometimes says, "Where are you?" So I just, I want to make sure that you see me from time to time, and I'll see you in the building tomorrow.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you again. So Sebastian Bell, please, we're happy to hear your testimony. Begin at your pleasure.
Thank you very much, Representative. And you will only see me once in this session. I promise you that. My name is Sebastian Bell. I am the Executive Director of the Maine Aquaculture Association. I'm not going to read my entire testimony. I just want to leave you with a couple of kind of core messages. The first is, if you think of any state department in the state structure, think of DMR as small but mighty. They have been under-resourced for many years, and the value of the resources they manage are actually quite significant. And the commissioner and his staff do really quite an amazing job given the resources that they have and the responsibility they have in terms of the level of management and in terms of the level of resources that they manage. We are ocean farmers, aquatic farmers, but many of our members are also fishermen. And so I want to highlight 2 parts in the supplemental budget. The first is the request for additional resources for legal resources. We have many members who have a foot both in the lobster industry and the aquaculture industry, and what the lobstering industry is facing in terms of the challenge from the federal regulations and also private citizen lawsuits is really quite amazing. If all of those things come to pass, the coast of Maine will change dramatically, and we will not have a Maine as we know it today. And so from our association's perspective, we made the choice last year to make one of the largest donations to the Maine Lobstermen's Association's Legal Defense Fund. We will make a similar donation this year. We do that because we believe that the working waterfronts in Maine must all stand together, and we value our colleagues in the lobster industry. And we also have many members who are in the lobster industry. But critical to the legal efforts that are going on is that the state must have the resources to weigh in those legal cases and show that it's not just the industry itself, but it's also the state that cares about that sector. And the fact that many of the proposals that are coming out of the federal government are not based on sound science and are disproportionately impacting our lobstering industry, and really in some cases discriminating against the lobster industry compared to other marine resources. So that's the first piece that we would hope the committee would support strongly. That's initiative number 7,000, the one-time funding for increased cost. And I will say that the commissioner alluded to the fact that that there was going to be an increase ask, and we would support that wholeheartedly. I think the $1 million, frankly, is nowhere near enough to what's going to be needed to fight this battle. And it is unfortunate that the state and the industry has to put resources into legal battles as opposed to putting those resources into developing infrastructure and support services for the sector. But that's the reality we're living with right now. The second area that we would support very strongly is the request for additional funding for the Public Health Bureau. The Bureau is tasked with implementing a national program, the National Shellfish Sanitation Program, and also monitoring a number of the shellfish and water quality resources in the state. Our shellfish growers rely on that Bureau to have adequate resources to do the kinds of monitoring that is necessary in order for areas to be opened and for people to be allowed to do business in those areas. They have been understaffed for many years, and really the work that they do builds on the reputation Maine has for incredibly healthy, incredibly high quality seafood, and they deserve to have more resources so they can continue to protect that brand, build that brand, and make sure that the products that come out of Maine are safe, healthy, and we can all stand behind as Maine citizens. So I will stop there. Thank you very much for your attention. I know you have a long day, but be very clear. We really support the DMR's request for the supplemental. We think that they do an amazing job with relatively limited resources, and be glad to answer any specific questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate you being here. Are there any questions for Mr. Bell? I am not seeing anybody looking to raise their hand. So thank you so much. We definitely appreciate your testimony. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So we do not have anyone else in the public who is interested in coming to testify on behalf of this budget. Are there any other, did anybody think of any other questions they might like to ask the commissioner at this moment as committee members? Not seeing anybody there. So I want to thank again the Marine Resources Committee for joining us today. It's always a pleasure to see our colleagues. We look forward to being in the State House together tomorrow. Your report back is due Friday, March 18th. We look forward to hearing from the committee and their thoughts on this part of the budget. And until then, I guess we'll see you in the halls, if not before. For AFA committee members, we have one more block. It begins at 2 o'clock. It is our friends from Environment and Natural Resources. It's our last of all of our public hearings. And Representative Fay will be our guest chair at 2 o'clock. So until that moment, please mute yourselves and turn off your videos, but we'll see everyone of AFA at 2 o'clock. And thanks again, Marine Resources. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we'll give folks just another minute. I see a good number of ENR folks. Senator Brenner, do you think most of your members that are coming this afternoon are here?
It looks like we have pretty good representation, including our analyst.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I'm really excited to see members of my former committee, Environment and Natural Resources, here with us this afternoon. I'm Representative Jessica Fay, and I'm guest chairing this AFA meeting this afternoon with the Environment and Natural Resources Committee to talk about the portions of the DEP budget under your purview. Senator Brenner, would you like to introduce or have your committee members introduce themselves? AFA introduced ourselves this morning, so.
Sure thing. Do you want me to call on folks? Would that be helpful?
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful. And if folks want to raise their hands, that might be the easiest way with all these people on the screen to see them.
Great. Representative O'Connor.
Good afternoon. I'm Beth O'Connor. I represent the individuals of House District 5, which is Berwick and part of North Berwick. Lovely to be with you all today.
Representative Bell.
Good morning, Art Bell, or good afternoon, I guess. Good afternoon, Art Bell, House District 47, Yarmouth, Chepeake, and Long Island.
Representative Bloom.
Good afternoon. This is Lydia Bloom, House District 3 from York.
And my co-chair, Representative Tucker.
Hello, my name is Ralph Tucker. I'm in the Maine House of Representatives, District 50, which is half of Brunswick. Thank you.
Senator Bennett.
Good afternoon. I'm Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving 13 towns in the Oxford Hills, Lakes region of Cumberland County, and the greater Freiburg area in the Maine Senate.
Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon. I am Laura Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, soon to be House District 131, which is the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach.
Thanks, everyone. And I'm Stacey Brenner. I represent Senate District 30, which includes all of Gorham, most of Scarborough, and part of Buxton. And thank you so much for having us today. And Representative Fay, I'm excited to see you in that seat.
Thank you, Senator Brenner. Also, I think we have here with us today, we have Maureen Dawson, our analyst, and Judith Hannum, our clerk. And it looks like we have Commissioner Loisem here to present the DEP section of the budget. Welcome, Commissioner Loisem. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you as well. Good afternoon, Senators Breen and Brenner, Representatives Fay and Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Environmental and Natural Resources. I'm Melanie Loisem, Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Protection, providing testimony in support of the DEP related items in the Budget Office document, the Governor's FY22 to FY23 supplemental budget proposal. My testimony today will provide brief details on each item that relates to the DEP in Part A of the budget document, starting on page A62, as well as language Part AA. Just for an overview, DEP is proposing 14 new initiatives in the supplemental budget. These initiatives would increase the department's budget by a little over $8 million over the biennium. This is comprised of net increases of $379,115 to the general fund and $7,878,334 in other special revenue funds, and a net decrease of $254,247 in federal expenditure funds. And many of the initiatives are simply changes to home accounts for existing positions. So the first budget program presented in the budget document on page A62 is Administration Environmental Protection 0251. The first new initiative in this budget program transfers one policy development specialist position from the Remediation and Waste Management program to the Administration Environmental Protection program. This transfer simply aligns the position with appropriate funding to better reflect the work that is being performed. And the second new initiative in this budget program provides general fund all other to cover increased insurance rates set by risk management. Moving on to the air quality budget program 0250. The first new initiative in this budget program transfers two assistant environmental engineer positions from the main environmental protection fund program, other special revenue funds, to the air quality program general fund. These transfers again align positions with funding to better reflect the work that is being performed. And similar to the previous budget program, the second new initiative in this budget program provides general fund all other to cover increased insurance rates set by risk management. Moving on to the land resources budget program Z188. The first new initiative in this budget program transfers one environmental hydrogeology specialist position from the water quality program to the land resources program, again to align funding with the work being performed. And the second new initiative in this budget program, again, provides general fund all other to cover increased insurance rates. In the main environmental protection fund budget program 0421, the first new initiative transfers one environmental hydrogeology manager position from the Performance Partnership Grant Program Federal Expenditures Fund to the main environmental protection fund program, other special revenue funds, again to align funding with the work being performed. And this is a counterpart to the initiative on page A65. The second new initiative in this budget program transfers two assistant environmental engineer positions from the main environmental protection fund program, other special revenue, to the air quality program general fund, again to align the positions with the work and the funding. The third new initiative in this budget program reallocates the cost of one environmental specialist 4 position from 100% water quality program federal funds to 65% water quality program federal funds and 35% main environmental protection funds, other special revenues. Again, to realign the position with the funding and the work being performed. The fourth new initiative in this budget program provides additional allocation for the Wetlands Compensation Fee Program, which seeks to restore and enhance wetland resources throughout the state. DEP currently contracts out for administration of this program. This is known as the in lieu fee program under the Maine Natural Resources Conservation Program. The in lieu fees are collected by DEP and sent to the administering organization to manage the payment for project costs that are approved under Title 38, Section 480-Z. We've previously used financial orders since FY20 to provide the necessary spending authorities for these funds. And then lastly, the fifth new initiative in this budget program would provide general fund all other to cover increased insurance rates. In the Performance Partnership Grant Program 0851, the first new initiative transfers one environmental hydrogeology manager from the Performance Partnership Grant Program federal expenditures to the Maine Environmental Protection Fund Program other special revenues, again to align funds with the work. And this has the counterpart initiative on page A64. The second new initiative in this budget program transfers and reallocates one biologist one position from 50% Performance Partnership Grant Program federal expenditures and 50% Water Quality Program other special revenue to 100% Water Quality Program other special revenue funds. And again, simply to align the position with the funding and the work that's being performed. The third new initiative in this budget program transfers one Environmental Specialist 3 and one Environmental Specialist 2 position from the Performance Partnership Program federal expenditures to the Water Quality Program general fund, again to align positions with the funding and the work being performed. Moving on to the Remediation and Waste Management Budget Program 0247 on page A66. The first new initiative in this budget program transfers one Policy Development Specialist from Remediation Waste Management to the Administration Environmental Protection Program, again to align the position with the funding and the work being performed. The second initiative in this budget program provides general fund all other to cover increased insurance rates. The third new initiative in this budget program reduces the allocation for the leaking underground storage tank large contracts program to zero. This program was established to track the one-time American Recovery and Reinvestment Act funding that was allocated in fiscal year 2008. So that has been unneeded for many years at this time, so we propose eliminating that appropriation. The fourth new initiative in this budget program transfers one Environmental Specialist 3 position from general fund to other special revenue funds and swaps that with another Environmental Specialist 3 position from other special revenue funds to general fund. These transfers, again, are simply aligning the positions with the work that is being performed. There is a minor cost to the general fund due to the employees' current salary steps and discrepancies in their insurance plans. The fifth new initiative in this budget program would provide $3.2 million in one-time funding for FY22 to assist labs in Maine with equipment purchases to develop in-state capacity for PFAS sample testing and analysis. This corresponds with the language part AA, which will provide the authority to transfer funds from the unappropriated surplus of the general fund to a specific subsidiary account in the Uncontrolled Sites Fund for this purpose. I think you've heard a bit about this already in some of the previous testimony from other agencies, but there is a critical need for PFAS analytical capacity in Maine to provide timely results and to meet the rapidly growing demand for PFAS sampling by both the state and private customers. The department is proposing to award these funds through a competitive grant process, and grantees will be expected to obtain state of Maine laboratory certification when they are using methods for which there are established certification standards. Moving on to the seventh budget program, Water Quality 0248. The first new initiative in this budget program transfers one Environmental Hydrogeology Specialist position from the Water Quality Program to the Land Resources Program, again, to align the position with the funding and the tasks that they have been assigned. The second initiative in this budget program reallocates the cost of one Environmental Specialist 4 from 100% Water Quality Program Federal Expenditures Fund to 65% Water Quality Program Federal Expenditures and 35% Maine Environmental Protection Fund, apologies, other special revenue funds. This reallocation again aligns the position with the funding. The third new initiative in this budget program provides $208,243 in all other funding to align allocations with projected available resources for water quality federal programs. The water quality federal account has been underallocated in the all other line category in recent years, and we have needed annual financial orders to provide the necessary authority to spend federal grant funds. The fourth initiative in this budget program transfers and reallocates one biologist 1 position from 50% performance partnership grant program federal expenditures and 50% water quality program other special revenue to 100% water quality program other special revenue funds, again to align the position with the funding and the tasks assigned. The fifth initiative in this budget program provides general fund all other to cover increased insurance rates set by risk management. The sixth initiative in this budget program transfers one environmental specialist 3 and one environmental specialist 2 from the Performance Partnership Grant Program Federal Expenditures Fund to the Water Quality Program General Fund. These transfers again to align the positions with the funding and the work that they've been assigned. And lastly, the seventh new initiative in this budget program establishes 2 new assistant environmental engineer positions for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund program. These positions are needed to support additional work created by the Federal Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act, or the IIJA. Additional funding that will be provided by this federal legislation will allow for significantly more wastewater infrastructure loans and grants to be managed by DEP, which will require additional staff resources to administer and to maintain a statewide assessment of wastewater infrastructure needs. And with that, I appreciate the opportunity to provide this overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Liza. Any questions from either one of the committees? Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Commissioner. I'm really concerned about the PFAS situation, and I'm trying to wrap my head around all the sort of different initiatives in the various budgets. And so I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the difference between the what you have in your budget and what's in the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry.
Sure. So as you may recall, last year, there were a significant number of new full-time equivalent positions and a large amount of funding that was appropriated to DEP to address PFAS. And that was connected to a statewide investigation of potential PFAS contamination that the department is now implementing. And that was driven by LD1995, which was Representative Gramlich's legislation. As a result of pursuing that investigation, there's been a substantial demand on the Department of Agriculture to provide support to the property owners that we've been identifying as impacted, many of whom are farmers. And so the Department of Agriculture's request, as I understand it, is an outgrowth of the work that is happening and the needs that have arisen as a result of that. The DEP is not currently requesting additional staffing related to that investigation, but we do support the request of Department of Agriculture to help us continue to work with those property owners in Maine that we are finding that are impacted by this contamination.
Thank you.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Lism, for joining us. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit about the $3.2 million for testing. I'm wondering if that is enough to reach the goal that we've set to have for the timeline for testing, and if we might be able to realize it sooner, or if you think we might still struggle to meet that goal.
Sure. So the $3.2 million we are proposing would be offered in grants to laboratories through a competitive grant process. We don't know whether or not that will necessarily meet the full statewide demand for sampling. At this point, demands are continuing to grow. I think many of you are aware that there are many private homeowners, folks who have private wells who would like to be able to obtain their own samples. And there are very few laboratories in the country that are able to offer analytical capacity. And as a result, the time frame for getting your lab results back is getting longer and longer. And so our hope would be that this investment would enable us to establish some fairly significant additional capacity, specifically here in Maine, to be able to do laboratory analysis of the samples that are being collected. I can't tell you that $3.2 million is going to be enough for laboratories to expand to meet all of our sampling demands. But I would suggest that given the market demand that is currently growing, I think that laboratories should be able to estimate a pretty good return on their investment. And I would anticipate that many of them would also be interested in making some of their own investments. And this could be a state match to expedite those investments. And so we expect that this amount of money would get us a pretty significant increase in laboratory capacity over almost nothing that we currently have available. There's no laboratory conducting PFAS analysis in the state of Maine right now. We're shipping those samples out of state to a variety of other states, and turnaround times, I think you heard earlier today, are starting to get as long as 2 months for some of our samples. So our proposal is to, make a significant investment now in the near term in the hopes that it'll make a pretty big difference and that the market will make up the rest of what we need.
All set, Senator Brenner?
I am. Thank you so much.
Representative Gradlick.
Thank you, Madam Chair Pro Tem. Commissioner, I think Senator Brenner might have gotten to the point of where I'm kind of going to go with this question. And I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this clearly. Currently, there are no labs in the state of Maine that has the capacity to do the testing for water for residential homeowners, as well as for soil, if one chooses to want to get that tested as well. Is that accurate thus far?
Yes.
And if I may, Madam Chair, follow up. Thank you. So again, along the lines of Senator Brenner's question, given what we know now and what we continue to learn in terms of PFAS contamination, and it's like the more we learn, the more we know, and the bigger it gets. I'm going to put you on the spot, Commissioner. Do you think this is a realistic appropriation to really begin to adequately address this? That's my one question. And then secondarily, will this appropriation allow for a state laboratory to facilitate this, or would this be in partnership with private laboratories?
Those are great questions. Thank you for that, Representative. I would say in terms of whether or not it's enough, I would suggest that I think it's a good start, and that in the next couple of years, that is going to do a lot to inform how much, if any, additional funding is needed. Because as I said, we've just started on the cusp of a fairly large investigation. Demand is growing. And not to subject this entire group to a very long education on PFAS, but the short version is that there is now also a lot happening at the federal level. And I would suggest that every year that has gone by in the last couple of years, we know drastically more than we knew the year before. And I anticipate that's going to continue for the next few years to come at a minimum. So our proposal is to make an investment now, utilize that, and we can certainly revisit if additional funding is necessary for a similar investment in the future.
And do we know what the turnaround time is, Commissioner, for testing?
Well, I can tell you that when we at DEP started sending water samples, for example, to the laboratory in Massachusetts, we used to be able to request an expedited turnaround time. And if we really needed it, we could get results back in a week or two. We're now looking at, private drinking water samples from locations where there's the potential that we could be looking at fairly high levels, that we can't get those results back to people for a month or more. And I believe, as you heard from Commissioner Camuso earlier, for some of the more complex analytes, when you're looking at things like animal flesh, where the analysis is a bit more complicated than it is for drinking water, the turnaround time is now many, many weeks, which is, it's difficult when we're dealing with farmers and hunters and others who are trying to deal with a planning horizon where they need to make decisions in a much shorter time frame than that.
Thank you.
All set, Representative Gramlich? Thank you. Senator Breen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hello, Commissioner Loisem.
Hello, Senator.
I will be transparent about the bias I have behind the question I'm about to ask. And the bias I have is that I don't know why Maine taxpayers should be paying to clean up this substance. And so I'm wondering if the department or any other advocacy group out there is thinking about litigation against the manufacturers of this toxic stuff. I mean, I just, it's staggering, and it's a staggering amount for Maine taxpayers to be asked to assume. So I'm wondering if there's litigation being considered.
Yes, Senator. Thank you for that question as well. The Attorney General's office put out a solicitation a couple of months ago at this time to seek private counsel to support the state in pursuing litigation specifically against the chemical manufacturers. I have been participating in interviews with a number of firms that have responded to that solicitation, and I expect that within the next few weeks, selection will be made. The department is preparing its staff to engage with the selected private counsel to begin to generate the filing to pursue such litigation. We have heard consistently from the attorneys that we have been interviewing that state funds that are expended for remediation and investigation of the contamination would be recoverable under such a claim. And we are accounting for every penny of that expenditure that we can across all of the agencies. We've had discussions internally between the agencies about the importance of keeping track of the monies that are being spent related specifically to PFAS, with the understanding that we may be able to recover that on behalf of the state. But with the caveat, for those of you who have not followed environmental chemical contamination claims over the course of history, that these things don't happen quickly. And this money is not going to come back to us next year or the next year. It's going to take some time before the state would be able to recover that. And it's certainly subject to the litigation process, so there's no certainty. But we feel strongly that the way that we are pursuing the investigation and the way that we are tracking the costs should make that the prospects of success very high for the state.
Thank you.
Representative Peirce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I want to, PFAS is very important, but I want to ask one question about the last paragraph of your testimony that had to do with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and giving some funding to do support work for that. In other monies that we receive from the federal government, we've utilized actually money within that fund to pay for these administrative costs. Is that what's going on here, or is this? It is. Yes. Okay, so you're just asking for the approval. I want to just clarify that to be sure there wasn't general fund money going on here.
No, it would be federal funds.
It would be the federal funds used to do that, and you just want permission. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Any other questions from members of either committee? All right, it looks like we have one person in the attendees list. I am going to ask Mr. Walker to join us. Please accept the invitation. I think he's on his way. Mr. Walker, would you like to provide testimony?
I would, thank you, Representative Fay. You can hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. It just took, I got sucked into that wormhole. Okay, let me just, sorry, get pulled in. All right, so today I'm going to be presenting testimony on behalf of our client, Katahdin Labs, for Katahdin Analytical Services, which is located in Scarborough. And if you don't mind, it's a bit technical, so I'm going to read the testimony from Katahdin Analytics President Mike Flanders. So Representative Fay, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, Senator Brenner, and Representative Tucker, and members of the Appropriations Committee and Financial Affairs and Environment and Natural Resources Committees. My name is Michael Flanders, and I'm the president of Katahdin Analytical Services. I testify today in strong support of Part AA of the supplemental budget, which provides $3.2 million in funding to the DEP to implement an RFP process, quote, for the purpose of assisting Maine laboratories with equipment purchases that will increase the capacity for sample testing and analysis of PFAS. Maine currently sends all of its PFAS samples out of state, and this provision would allow this testing to occur in state. Maine, as you know, is in the middle of a PFAS crisis, and we at Katahdin Labs have been seeking to help our state tackle this generational crisis that is affecting all levels of our society. Located in Scarborough, Katahdin Labs was founded in 1995. We're the largest environmental lab in Maine, and we compete with much bigger laboratories around the country. However, we are still considered a small business with 54 employees, including 50 scientists. Katahdin is an analytical lab, and we currently analyze for hundreds of environmental contaminants. For example, PCPs, pesticides, heavy metals, hydrocarbons, VOCs, etc. We analyze over 200,000 samples per year. So attached to this is a PowerPoint that provides more detail of who we are. We've been tracking the PFAS contamination issue for the last several years, as the state has identified numerous areas of growing concern, including in order of increasing complexity, drinking water, soil, and complex matrices, for example, milk, animal, and plant issues and biosolids. However, the cost of purchasing the necessary analytical equipment has been too great for our small company. If Part AA is enacted as part of this budget process, and if our lab were successful in responding to a DEP RFP seeking in-state lab support, it would allow our lab and perhaps others to purchase the necessary equipment, become certified in PFAS analysis, and tackle all of these levels of testing in Maine without the extra costs and delay associated with sending the samples out of state. Katahdin would be capable of purchasing the equipment, setting up the necessary analytical protocols, and achieving PFAS testing certification in as little as 5 months if it were the successful responder to a DEP RFP. Now, one point here. We would ask that the legislature consider a slight amendment to the language of Part AA, as this current language only references the purchase of equipment. In order to get up and running on this new type of equipment and achieve the high volume production required to address the magnitude of the testing that will be necessary to adequately tackle this issue, we'll need to hire several more scientists, and we'll need to get certified on the analysis methods. Therefore, we would suggest that the language be amended as follows. So as you see in this language, we would add the 4 main laboratories, we would add existing, and after equipment purchases, we would add simply or ancillary services. I'll get back to a bit of an explanation after this, but
Mr. Walker, we are running a 3-minute clock,
okay.
And
so
if you would summarize, that would be great. Thanks.
Yes. So on that point, on the ancillary services point, this equipment costs about, for just the equipment alone costs about $500,000. And so the other funds would necessarily be used around for ancillary services, for hiring folks and helping to get certified. So we think that, and I think the idea would be to hopefully fund about 3 sets of equipment with this amount of money. So the funds would necessarily be used for these ancillary services. So we think it would just clean up the language, and we think it was probably intended for that anyway. So in conclusion, Katahdin is a Maine company with Maine roots, and they really would like to help protect Maine and Mainers from this emerging crisis. And I'll conclude there.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Any questions for Mr. Walker? Representative Gramlich.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Walker. It's always good to see you. So just to kind of tease out a little bit what you were referring to in your testimony, I'm curious if you can project what kind of capacity your lab would have given your proposed amendment as you've identified it in your testimony. What are you kind of looking at in terms of what you would be able to do, particularly understanding that this is a incredibly pervasive issue that's growing tentacles as we speak?
So just as an initial request, so Mike Flanders, who's the president of the lab, can be available at any work session that you're having. He just was traveling today and couldn't participate. So for specific capacity, I mean, I think that they'll be able to. So for example, right now, there's a 2-month backlog right now, and that I think at first it would be, and I was trying to remember exactly what he said would be the turnaround, but it's going to be weeks, not months. And as they get up to speed on this issue and with this equipment, it'll get quicker and quicker, the response time.
Does that answer your question, Representative Gramlich?
Yes and no, but that's okay. I respect the fact that that Mr. Flanders isn't here, and perhaps we can have a further discussion when we begin to work components of the bill.
But if I'll be taking note of these questions, and for the specifics about capacity, like how many samples do they expect to be able to do, in a month, in a year? One of the things that they will be able to do is they will be able to test the various components. They'll be able to test drinking water, the soil, the complex matrices. I think one of the things that I've learned in this is that PFAS testing is advanced testing. We're talking about parts per trillion. And I think in the past, we've talked about parts per million, parts per billion. This is really advanced. This lab has the experience to handle that increased level of it. We're not saying, please give it to us. We're going to compete like everybody else out there. But we feel like it's time. Katahdin Labs has really been looking over the last year on how to help here. And this is going to be how they can help the state of Maine.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Any other questions for Mr. Walker? I see none, and I see no one else in the attendees list here to testify. So, Representative Hymanson.
Thank you. For our work session, I know as we've gone along with this, we've requested someone to put together all the PFAS stuff on one page. But if I could just make that clearer, if it could be from the biennium, from ARPA funds, from HEDL, the new lab request from the CDC, and from the DEP. I think that's all. Anything else you can find in any other pages of budgets that we've done. I would appreciate seeing it all in one place.
I think Commissioner Loisem has something to say about that.
Thank you, Representative Fay. Representative Hymanson, have you seen the one pager that I believe was distributed by Commissioner Figueroa that provided I think what you're describing. And so my follow-up question is if there's some additional information you would like if you have seen that.
No, I haven't seen that.
Okay, I will make sure that you all get a copy of that. And if there's any additional information beyond that you would like, please just let us know.
Okay, thank you very much.
So that's.
I think I saw Representative Millet raising his hand.
And Maureen has her hand up.
And Maureen has her hand up. Everybody wants.
Very quickly, I did just about a half hour ago forward to the committee that that summary of PFAS proposals in the budget. So you should have that already, Representative Hymanson.
And I was going to say the same thing, Representative Fay. We got it last week. It was sent to us as members of APROPS. It's actually got a good cover page and then 5 follow-up pages. So it's a pretty thorough summary, and it has the input of each of the department heads that are involved. So it's well worth reading. And I think it responds to Representative Hymanson's question.
Thank you, Representative Millet, for pointing that out. Representative Peirce.
I'm sorry, I think we all were raising our hands. That actually came through from Maureen while we were listening to testimony. So, you know, it's now it's there.
Thanks, everyone. Any other questions from our ENR friends? I just want to say, feel like we saved the best for last. And it's nice to see all of you. Your report back is due on Tuesday, March 22nd. And I will take a play from Representative Peirce's book. If you want to bring that back to us sooner than that, we're happy to get it as soon as it's ready. Representative Peirce, Senator Breen, is there anything else that we should talk about here and say goodbye to our friends from ENR if their chairs don't have anything else to share with us?
I think you've done a great job, Representative Fay, and we can bid our ENR friends farewell.
I concur.
Thanks for having us.